So hello. Right. But I did just notice that despite me doing like literally 3 hours of like testing and stuff earlier, I just now noticed that like, oh yeah, Vinia doesn't remember correctly my camera perspective, right? So what happens is that I'm way smaller than I should be on stream, and it's just annoying, and like there is not much I can. I mean, I can try fixing it right now. I don't remember which key it was to move the camera again, and it's just like, why is it this? Yeah, there's actually a camera. But you could just select between the camera positions, but it doesn't do anything, right? Like I literally tell it to, hey, but you can't like load this camera. But it just doesn't care. Like you can select them and like. Or actually, let me just, so we set this here and then we go, where's an action here? I mean, I could actually show off what we're right now doing already. we're fighting Vidia now. Where is it? Oh, yeah, here's hotkey. So map this to a hotkey and then set this hotkey to set hot. Hello? I guess you don't like. Guess it just doesn't want to like me or something. Press hotkey. Hello? Are you like stupid or something? Okay, this key it could find, but like the others it just couldn't, right? Okay. And boom. We're significantly larger all of a sudden. Okay. So let me just fix this node growth finally. Because apparently selecting something in this menu doesn't do it, but like only doing it this way doesn't. Yeah. This is my node grab usually. So application start loads the avatar, and once the avatar is loaded, it rotates my arms down, sets the mouth to neutral position, so it looks like a slight smile, and then I can reset my AR tracking with that key. So now this position makes, I think, a lot more sense. Anyway, while I was doing my test stream, I was writing this code here precisely. I was updating my ECC CSV to Bob file program to include a function that allows me to write to actually turn a BOP JSON into a CSV file. So turn a BOP file into a table instead of just doing it the other way around. Which is obviously quite convenient when you do that. So yeah. Right. Having the option to do this. We have ownership of row label. Why is it complaining that row labels is boring? Oh wait. We're disassembling row label up here, so we don't actually know the length of row label anymore. This is interesting, but just happens in this case. What we can do in this Actually, we don't want even row label. We want column. Headers. Column headers with length. This one we want actually, because we go full of row items. This is a bit complicated. We actually don't need a for loop in this. We just need the we need the table file actually. Table.get actually, because we're writing the entire row, we could go iterate. We do for loop for column in column headers iter, because we don't want, we just want references in this case. We want to then go table dot you only want references. Table dot column. Because the reference is enough. Let's retrieve the column that we want. Okay. Just run a reference of this. And then we want to have from it the actual item. Column from index. And it did not like that. Why did you not like that? Okay, I need to specify that it's a reference to this. Right. Specify it's a reference. Okay. Some item. So if that's some item, we want then to go row items. Dot push some clone, because we don't really have no choice. Did I not implement clonable on this thing? Does it not implement clonable? Yeah, it doesn't implement clonable. Hi Greg, how are you doing? I hope the microphone is at least half decent. It doesn't ear rape people anymore. Yeah, it finally arrived that I could actually talk like a reasonable person. Yeah, I'm doing programming. I'm specifically writing in the femboy language. Wait, it implements clone. Why is it complaining here? Oh wait, we still need to wrap it in some. Right, it is also in that section still an option. I see, right. So row items. I think at that point we can just no wait, we need to still clone. Can't we just clone the option at that point into there? Fine, you sleepy I would say. Right now not too much, but like I've been recently so sleepy, and like I was earlier very sleepy, so it's like I don't know. It's been very just constantly sleepy. Besides that, I'm fine. Items don't push. Runs to column index dot clone. No, it doesn't like that. What do you not like there? Okay, now it likes it. So putting some parentheses around it tells it that the reference should be to this, not to this, which makes things a bit better. For 14 hours, it's still feeling sleepy as well. That's the weather doing it. I guess, yeah, I mean, we went from Friday having 30 degrees Celsius to it now being like less than 3 degrees at night. I think during the day it's a bit warmer, but like at night we definitely this morning when while eating breakfast I looked at the temperature and it's like 8 degrees, not 8 degrees, sorry, it was 3 degrees Celsius outside. My room, because I did some venting of my room at night, not the entire night, you can't do that, like you just die. Yeah, my room was freaking cold when I got in there. It's like, yeah, it's insane. It's just the temperature has just dropped like off a cliff. Right. Okay. Actually, there's a thing that I forgot here. We need to make sure that actually the table contains our item, so that the column has enough indexes that we can retrieve this. Column.length is larger than index. Because if we don't, then we will run into a nasty error here, and this could happen potentially. Well, this is structured, right? Else, we just push a none onto there. Empty item. What am I even doing? I literally explained this a few minutes, I guess a few moments ago. I'm writing here on the ACC CSV to BOP. To BOP. That's what that stands for. Program I can actually pull up the I can just pull my personal GitHub up briefly. Is it here? Here it is. Here's a CLI tool that passes a CSV spreadsheet into a BOP JSON for use as a custom BOP in a set of competizione. So what I'm right now writing is a tool that allows you to turn this BOP back into its CSV file. And a CSV file is, I mean, this doesn't look like much, but you can open this up in, give me a moment, OnlyOffice. And yeah, it becomes a lot more readable when you look at it like this. This is comment limited. When you look at this, like this makes a lot more sense suddenly. And this is my point. I'm turning the BOP files back into a table, so you can just take a BOP file, drop it in, and just see what the changes are in one fell swoop, which is the I think I just literally explained what it does afterwards. It allows you to turn the BOP JSON, which is this funny file, which I mean, this doesn't mean much for you, but like what might mean something for you is where's the LFM link for this? Because you can't grab it, I think, on their website directly. It's somewhere hidden. It's like, it's weird. Allow the cookies. somewhere in here is their custom BOP stuff. There's a link to it, but like it is very well hidden, and it's like really difficult to find. I think the easiest way, honestly, is to just go. Someone somewhere linked it to me after I already had published the program the first time around. Like, I spent the night just writing this week. But yeah, here you can download the BOP JSON from them. And this is a bit more familiar what this program specifically does. And this makes now suddenly sense. This allows you to generate files like this easily by just dumping a table in there, which makes it a lot more easy, right? Custom BOP. Yes, this is what I planned to do. The thing is, I had done I tested my microphone out earlier by like literally streaming to YouTube just on a private stream. That's what I did like earlier for a few hours, and just tested with Deep Rock and tested also some coding. And this is what I like actually did. I wrote this commit here, which added the ability to generate a generate BOP with a restrictor, because you can obviously BOP the cars not just with weight but also with a restrictor. It's just I had to implement that you can add another table in there, so you can dump another CSV file in, and it will pass that into a pass the ballast sheet, pass the CSV. Well, it passes the ballast table, it passes the restricted table, and then outputs it into one BOP JSON, so you can use it. And that was the commit I did earlier. It's just I wasn't quite done with the other part of the program, which was this here. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna just start with this now. The other thing is SimHubOBS, which is what I plan to work on. Which I can give you a demonstration of how this entire thing works. I originally planned to write a bit more, but we're gonna get to it. It's just it's gonna take like probably at least half an hour at this point for me to finish this part of the project and move on. But yeah, what we have here, obviously, is this here, and this here is a in SimHub. I mean, this is SimHub. SimHub's great strength is you want some sort of data type. It reads your game and dumps it out really well. You want to visualize it, yeah, grab one of these dashboards and you will have the numbers visualized. Most of my overlay on my racing streams is all SimHub. Like, the amount of just that is put together through SimHub is nuts. For example, this is I think my leaderboard is this here. This is like some stuff you can do with SimHubOBS. Like, you can literally make control panels with it. Not that I use it for that. You have the top right display that I use. You have literally my the thing that surrounds my pedal cam. Yeah, and this is actually my leaderboard this year. Yeah, that's the pieces that come together to make my overlay. But yeah, what we have here effectively is that we can manipulate here. The new feature I added which is what I'm currently working on. Like, it previously worked differently. Like, you have some functions you can already do with with the plugin. Like SimHub offers actions like this. Like I can have here, for example, a action here, which is on my USB, which is then switches the headlights on from my headlight flasher plugin. Where is it in the list here? I think it isn't. It's over here. Which because rFactor 2, for example, doesn't feature headlight flasher built into the game. You have to switch your headlights off and on. So what you could do is just go over here, bind it to a keyboard button that like the plugin will press for you. And so when you activate a flash sequence here, it will just go, okay, it just spam clicks the emulates a key press, and it's all good, and the game believes it's all fine. And if you just want to switch it on, you can just have an action for that as well. But you can also like bind things to events, like when you enter the pit lane, you can trigger something. All of that stuff. It's great stuff with SimHub. It's just it can obviously very easily overwhelm someone who doesn't know anything about program, but like that is just, this is just scratching the surface. And like there's a bunch of features that you can already do, like with the SimHubOBS plugin, like you could turn the recording on and off and stuff. But what we can also do is make custom actions, and this is specifically for you can say, okay, when this event triggers, we want to set this scene. And as you can see, a lot of the things here already are like me changing scenes for specific games starting. Well, we're gonna get to C# because C# is SimHub is written in C#. So the plugin API is there written in C#. So we're gonna get to C# once we open the project back up. But what we have here then effectively is that I can make custom actions here by classifying, obviously selecting a method like, hey, I want to change to a certain scene. Well, yeah, you have a certain scene name, and you can set to one of the scenes that I have. But you can also do some more elaborate things like set source enable, and I can go here and say, okay, I want to have the Discord source, which is for the React thing. I mean, you wouldn't see it because if I talk a lot, but like if you can specify like want to toggle VNN on, but we can also say specifically in which scene we want this to happen in. So that's one of the great features. You can't delete this one because it's required with like this you can actually delete. One of the features I added with the last update is I can set source settings. For example, for if we go back to the Discord here, wait, why is it not letting me add any? Well, that's a bit bugged, because it should sure as hell allow me to add things. Huh. That's not quite how it's supposed to work. Well, that's a demonstration effect and a half that I didn't expect. But okay, maybe if we just tell it briefly to go do this with, well, no, it still doesn't allow us to. Why is it not allowing us to create anything? Why are you not working now? Okay, fine, we're gonna deal with you later. Go to hell or something, I don't know. We're gonna go back to Rust. We're gonna make more fanboy code. Rust, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again. It's like, oh wait, the old friend is actually C#, not Rust. Rust is less painful. And more painful at the same time. Yeah, it should allow me to create add new properties and then specifically change things dynamically. So I could, for example, change the URL source for Discord and stuff. This should work. It didn't. Something is not right, and we're gonna have to debug that in the moment. Because I wanted to add filter support, and that's not... Keyboard to a fast set, yes. Right, we were here, so I have now everything, I think. Yeah, right, we need to now add our item into rows, push, and then row items. This is what we need to do to finish rows off. So now we have, to get back to our table thing, we have, we're turning the BOP JSON into a CSV. We have first, we've read the entire thing, so we have we've passed the JSON, we have our objects now in one long list. Right, so we go in and create a hash table where we use the track name and a list of all the entries that belong in this table, but we specifically make this list so that it aligns with our with the row label, so specifically with each car correctly. It was a bit done silly, because we're gonna have to swap the table around to do this correct. Whatever. This is how I do it right now. I sort this way. We obviously, as we go through, we collect all the row labels, and this is why it's also the entry is an option, because in case for a certain track a certain car's value doesn't exist, we just set it to none and we can move on with our lives. Right, because Rust doesn't have null pointers. Rust only has you can only make in Rust you have a value or you have an error. So the only way around that is to have an option which allows you to have either some value. It is literally referred as some. Where do I have a sample of it? It is literally referred to as some, or to have none. Yeah, you either have some or you have none, which allows us to deal with this problem. So we do that. We then also gather out of our hash map all the column headers. We then go in and then pass everything into rows, while making sure that it's in the correct order, the same order as the column headers. So we can, in the end now, go in and actually write it into a file. But this is where the fun actually kind of begins again, because two things. In case someone made a BOP, in case someone has just done it with ballast but also added restrictor, we need to add a second CSV file to deal with this problem specifically. You understand the slight problem that we ran into? Yes, that is a slight problem now. Right. Okay. So. How do we deal with this? I mean, what we could simply do right now is to just write the ballast values and just ignore the restrictors, because no one besides me ever uses them. So we can just go and ignore this part and just deal with it later. Sounds like a sound strategy to me. So we just go to... Now, currently, this is not for her, because we can just, we could, however, do this already where we go let path equals else just pass path back so Rust can do this. Yeah, just future me deal with this problem. But what I already will briefly implement is that we go and because it is a path buff, we can just go and do path. Actually, we could just make it mutable so we can change things. So I don't have to like do this elaborate passing it back out. I can just manipulate the path buff. If it's a directory, we just go, okay, fine. Would you kindly go path to push .csv vast.csv. So, and this file already exists. Alright. I mean, this is kind of like a sample of what the hell Rust does to someone at times. It's like we take this path buffer, we clone it because otherwise we lose ownership of the damn thing. And this is Rust. It does that. We turn it into a string. Okay, that should be easy, right? Except it isn't, because we then go like. Because it's like that can fail because the path could like literally not be text somehow. Well, the reason why it is because they're doing some checking for UTF-8 validity. Note that the validity is performed because non-UTF-8 strings are perfectly valid for some operating systems, which is the entire reason why this is. Internally, Rust uses UTF-8 for its strings. Windows, as far as I know, uses UTF-16. Also, I think in the documentation for what's it called? For ACC, it says they use also UTF-16 LE. Let me tell you, it's perfectly fine if you pass UTF-8 files into it. I've done way too many UTF-8 manipulations of config files. This is fine because another tool I have changes the menu JSON. Nothing bad has come from it yet. Important thing to note. Yet. Right. Okay. So, I mean, the program yet is to actually release outside of me running it literally from the compile directly. But I have used it quite a few times because I can install libraries from the command line, which is really damn useful. So, shall we now? Fine, okay. So, we need to now first so as far as I can know here, this is not the case, we will exit. But if it is the case, we need to make sure that the file is actually deleted. Probably just run on FS. Can we just delete the file? Yeah, remote file. Okay, good. Remove file on path. Good, makes my life easier. Yeah, okay. Because the Rust compiler wants to, like, you have not used the output of this thing. Okay, fine. I don't care really. Then I just go, okay, could you turn this result into an option so I don't, because I don't want to pass the error value out of it. And then in case this throws none, then just make a return statement that returns out of the function none. So I don't have to just, like, none check everything. I can just go, okay, question mark operator. If it's none, then the function just exits, and we have a nice day. Makes the code a lot more compact at that point. Especially when you do it, like, in the middle of, like, a callback somewhere. Like, I mean, you could also use the expect operator. But an expect operator, when that blows, it gives, it throws a panic instead of throwing just a regular error and stuff, which is perhaps a bit less useful for the end user and a bit more panic-inducing. Pun not intended. Although, I mean, that failing is just is a really bad sign that something isn't. Well, actually, that can fail, because if that fails, it's probably a sign that you pointed to, because you need to point to get to this point to a file that exists, right? Also, me pointing with my finger in front of the camera makes my tracking go bonanza. I see. In any case, if you do your track, not tracking, sorry, what did I want to say? If you do, yeah, to get to this point, obviously, as I said, to get to this point, you need to have a file that exists. But what if you don't have the ability to write this file? Well, we will reach this point. We can't delete it then, obviously, so it will error here out. Technically, you can still hit an error down here, because if the file doesn't exist, but you can't write there, you will still get an error there. It's fun. It is fun this way. So, so the thing is, I think I want specifically a file writer. So we probably want a file object. Let me just, because I'm kind of curious about what this operator does specifically. Ah, okay, this is just for debugging, not for us actually. But this is more what we are looking for. Yeah, file system write. We want to specifically file open the file name. Then we want to write some data into there. The reason why is because then I can just have an active file handle in there, instead of having to write everything into a string and then pass it out into the. Well, it might make more sense actually. You know, for what I'm right now thinking might actually make more sense. It might genuinely be faster to just instead of doing it just go file system right at the end. And first just have a Well, I'll string that while building mutual. Not too sure. Whatever. I mean, who cares? At the end of the day, if this algorithm is slow, then we're still talking about this algorithm probably finishing within about 15 milliseconds. No one's gonna even notice this being bad. Like, this tool is like run once a day, maybe. The runtime, and I'm writing in a programming language that is stupidly fast, so like, whatever, we can afford this. to do stupid things. Is there a string builder though? Oh no, let's do a yeah, you noticed me being tired at this point. Like, what we can actually start off with is already the first comma, right? Because, well, actually we need as a string. Because we are starting here off how the table looks. If you look at the example here, it's like, because the first column, I closed the program again, but like the first column, the top cell effectively just doesn't have any content, and obviously then we have all the track names, and then we have downwards all the car names, but obviously the top corner doesn't have any data in it. It's irrelevant. We just need a comma to like delegate that like the track names come next, so we don't mix anything up. Actually, it would make sense to like just not have anything, and then write, as we write the track names in, we write the commas before we write the name in, which would make more sense. So we don't write any extra commas that we don't need. So string new, and then we go for track in column headers. For each of them we go and just do push string. That's neat. Then we want to use the format marker. Well, actually, what we could do is just push the track dots a string, and we first push the comma onto there with a separate operation. I don't know what would be faster. Probably the just combining it with a format, but like, because this could trigger multiple resources and everything. This puts all the tracks onto that. Then we need a row break. Put the push. Need a new line at this point. Okay. Then we need the, and we need to write each car. So we need 4, This gets slightly complicated because we need a for loop that contains both the row header and the row in row human label and rows. And I think specifically there is the zip operator for this. Which specifically allows you to do this. What I've written here. So, what we first do is push, well, string actually. Push string row header. Yeah, string. And then we need to add the comma. Well, we're gonna add the comma anyway in front of all of the items. So for item in rows, we go in oh wait, we need rows. Wait, we're not retrieving for item in row. Now. So we'll first go output dot push the comma onto there. And once that's done, we go in and if item, well, if let some value is item, then we can go and also now another circle of it doing this. If let some equals value dot ballast dot push string ballast dot toString. As stupid as calling toString is on a number, it's kind of what we have to. Alright, so this is how this works. So we go in and check that this is none, while doing also retrieving the sum value. Then we go, hey, does this sum value have a ballast weight, or is that none? If it is sum, okay, we're gonna be able to write it on there into there. Good. That solves that part. And then we need to, at the end of the thing, we need to go output dot push. We're pushing another n onto there. So, and now for the last part, we need to write the file. First, write the path. And we're gonna write output. Okay. Can we just do this here? Or yeah, that actually works. I think I've already integrated that it does the callback up here. Yeah, it does that already. Good. I don't do any logging in here right now which is not good. Let's try how much this fails and see how much this blows up in my face in a moment. So cargo run, pass in the what did I call it? JSON of bop.json. Well, we suffered the generic error message that happens when anything in this function goes wrong. Anything. That is great, because we have no clue where the hell I went wrong here right now. One callback at least just died. Wait, it could have failed already on the parser here. Which would be really bad news. And also weird, because it would mean that because the BOP JSON is generated by this code. So if 30 can pass it one way, it should be definitely capable of passing it the other direction. It would be weird if it wouldn't. Well, I mean, we need to do some for the... Let's just do trace. Putting to table. Finish tableizing. Okay. What's the problem here? Oh, I used to import debug because I immediately stopped using it. What the hell just happened there? Oh. You can just explode on above errors just from... That's V. Yep, it doesn't want to pass the JSON. That's not good. Really not good in the sense that, like, I have no clue why the hell it wouldn't pass the JSON in this case. What are you not liking about it? Oh, Saturday. Why are you not working? Please. Come on. Okay, so it does read the content out of the file, which is... Oh yeah, right, we... let me just... go... good old print line, and then... because I've had this before where it produces some garbage character that like can't pass correctly and just acts like the world is ending or some shit. Oh yeah, right, there's a... yeah, there's a JSON object wrapping this thing. Oh yeah, wait, isn't there? Right. Hold on a second. How do I write this thing back into there? Because there's... I think I just remembered why this thing isn't passing. I mean, you could look at the... specifically at the documentation of how this file needs to be constructed. And we could look at the one that we can download the LFM file. Because I think I don't have right now the... oh, come on. I really hate this about LFM with their like, you've not been on our website for 5 seconds, so we will just like force you to... oh. Oh, that's interesting. I want to just download the file, but I guess we're not doing that. I mean, I can manually just copy your numbers and then put it into my spreadsheets. Scarily enough, probably relatively quickly. If you just want to make me suffer for like a few minutes, then sure, we could do that. But like, I feel like we're not gonna do that. Not specifically, but well, we can still look over here briefly to... okay, we can still go over here, go into samples, and then look at the... here, and it will say that it is an object that contains entries. Because there's specifically a struct called BOP. Which I should have passed this way around. This is why... yeah, come on, buddy. Stop fucking wanting to pass out constantly. We'll stay awake a bit just to fix my sleep schedule finally. Back to something that's more reasonable. So we don't pass into entries. We'll pass into BOP. Which obviously doesn't work correctly, so we will then just go and pass entries into entries, which sounds a bit nuts, but like Rust doesn't care. You could do something like this because because you can just override what a certain value is, so it's like great. This fixes the problem. And if we now run it, it works with a table. We do have an Alpine because the Alpine has because this BOP JSON includes a restrictor plate values. But obviously the Alpine is the only car that has restrictor plate numbers in the restrictor plate sample. And yes, we're reducing the power of the Alpine by 20% because fuck the Alpine. Yeah. I mean, I could actually pass zeros instead of nuns in this case, but like, yeah, it would actually make worth it. Oh my goodness. Although actually it's a bit more complicated than it looks like, because effectively, if none of these are cases are the case, you end up with the slight problem of it. You're not working in that case, so. We wanted, however, to implement also passing the restrictor pipe, the restrictor CSV, so yeah. I mean, the advantage of this code down here is that you can just do both of them relatively easily. Also, there would be a need to note if we actually need one. We just assume, we can at least assume that there's a ballast at least assigned to some cars. So, I mean, the function technically does work now, so. Actually, we can ensure that this works, because we can just go in here and just do this trick here. You might be confused, but we can just pass values out of brackets because that's what Rust allows you to do. But this means we have to write else cases for both of these and just go else. Actually, we can even go as far and just going, well, we know that's a number, so like we can just do this here and then take the passed out results like this. Else, I'll save it as well. So, because if we then run the program, yes, we will override it. And now all the numbers with the alpines are zeros all the way through. Probably what makes more sense briefly is to do a ballast samples to CSV. Yes. And yes, that is like how fast this thing passes the entire thing. It's just like in a split second. Once the user's done finally deciding what the hell they want to do. If only if it's still open. I think I don't. It's definitely gonna be handy for just doing some file checking. Okay. Comma. Yes. Okay. And then we're gonna is it? We've moved samples, I think. Yeah, now we wanna move. Well, we have. Actually, we need to first run. Oh, JSON. Yes. Wait. Oh, it took the wrong input here. It's writing. Okay. Bounce CSV. Okay. Hello, would you kindly open the file this time? Okay, same here, because I have something open. It's like, no, I don't want to. And I'm just like, could you politely do that. They still comment limited. That's not right. Like, oh wait, the order of the tracks has changed. This is what's fucking me up right now. Sandwood has moved all the way to the left because things were passed in a because things were passed in the hash table. Okay, which is why this thing is just like sorted in a bizarre manner. It's just yeah, I mean this thing wasn't like particularly well sorted. Brands, so we have Imola and then Monza, and then we have brands and coders. Like, sure, this is now obviously a mess, which we could actually fix, by the way. We could. Should we though? Good question. Should we fix the problem? But like, because we can sort them alphabetically. And yeah, let me just grab the Imola column briefly. Can we just move it? Like every other program with the lowers or whatever. I guess we're not moving it. In any case, the compare with numbers, yeah, they're gonna actually line up. But yeah, what we can do to sort this is that we can, here when we create column headers, to just afterwards do a sort on it. Can we just with command sort the damn thing? Sort? Does that work, or will that just cause even more funny problems? Oh, actually, we can't open this file right now because this thing is incredibly possessive of the file. No, we don't want to set the change. As long as it's open in there, it can very quickly go just like nope on you. Also, we need to go up here and just do a okay. Do not run it. And then oh wait, I was dragging the wrong file even into that. God, I'm getting tired again. It's surreal. It is still commonly eliminated. Okay, so I'm not sure. That doesn't. Oh, that is actually sorted. It's weird, but this is actually sorted. It is sorted uppercase and then lowercase. So this is, yes, this is sorted. It's just weird with a string and like, yeah. But yeah, this at least makes more sense. Right. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, this makes it at least more sense, and people can actually read this thing now. So now we need to figure out how we handle the writing of the restrictor file. Why am I so goddamn tired right now? Okay, we're nearly approaching 10 p.m. at this rate, but like, we haven't even touched that good. I guess we can leave it at this right now and just go, well, if we could just implement the passing of restrictor files. Values from BOP to JSON to CSV, right? This does now work. We can also like showcase cargo run minus help. And as we can see here, we have the option here that is not listed up there, which is the JSON. For C, which is weird. So, because Control C on Linux just stops the currently running command, which it does also on Windows, but like on Windows it also copies. Yeah, in case you aren't confused, you're definitely gonna be. Because reasons. Also, we can just remove this one. Well, because we don't want to have another file in here. Okay. Fine. I think we have enough on this thing to just say move on, and then we go over to SimHub and like fix stuff and figure out why the hell it wasn't acting the way it was supposed to act, which is gonna be fun. But like, I think we're gonna have to switch gears right now before I genuinely start passing out here. Because I'm seriously starting to struggle. But like, I need to move my sleep schedule finally a bit backwards so it can actually align half decently, and I don't just fall asleep at 6 p.m. and then wake up in the middle of the night and just can't sleep anymore. Like, that just has to stop at this point. We have to fix that. It's this is definitely a good step in that direction. What did I change here? Like, I genuinely pass out at times for like multiple seconds. I know that I can say some really weird stuff then, especially if you look at the VOD I have from nearly a year ago at this point in January when I did 24-hour solo. At the end of the first segment, yeah, you can definitely have the me passing out experience. That is an interesting one. Unfortunately, we did lose the second part of the VOD just got lost because YouTube just decided to not accept the stream, and because I finally figured out how to not pass out, I just decided to do like I think close to like 7 hours or so like straight of driving before I had time to check on my stream, and then noticed like it was broken. It hadn't gone live. And it's like, very frustrating stuff. Right. So, ability to export. Well, I has to show up on the stream as well. Ability to export to. ballast CSV from BOP JSON. That is an accurate description. Do I want to add some stuff here? I need to be more careful with my new microphone to not like keep hitting the arm, and I'm sure it's audibly horrible. So is this how you write this phrase? So add verb of converted converse vice. Okay, you should write it with a C. That's the main change or not? And vice versa. Good. So let us briefly check this value back in and then go commit. Sync changes. Good. Let's get the hell out of there. Now, but we can't quite get out of there because we have to actually go back into here and go actually back into let's see because new repositories AMD WebSocket.net. Bunch is up to date. Okay, we don't even have to update. That is good. Then we also need to update SimHub, which is not so good. Not so good for sure. And there's I don't think I want to do that because if something breaks, I will have to deal with that in the race tomorrow, and it's like I don't want to because it's I hate my dog for this. Like that's kind of just disadvantage there. Did he make any contributions right now? No, he didn't either. There's one more, and that's the WebSocket client here. Okay, that is 12 commits behind. Which is a bit of a problem, but like not too much. We can just decide to just keep it as this. We don't have to do anything really on this end. We just sit there and be like, this doesn't do much. Because we just have a fork here of it that like changes it so it compiles the dependencies into the DLL. So we don't have to think about it. That's the main thing this thing is forked for. We can up-roll this at any point. This is fine. The other one is a bit more pain because we where is it again? There's obvious websocket.net. We also need to open GitLab. Hopefully I'm actually logged in this time and not it pretending to not be. So yeah, go figure. I think I will briefly go out to the bathroom before we get rolling with this thing. But yeah, this repository references those other two repositories, which is funsies. Pain. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get us a bit back on track. Jesus, how many pings are happening? Why is so much Discord pinging? You have many pings right now. Oh, yeah, these guys ping us for their... I should have run that one. Knucklevice. So I think we could still compete in this because it's I wanted to send it to Jordan, but like forgot about it. Like we can just briefly show this. It's like Racing Pals presents Knucklevice. A race at Knuckle with them, and it's like I just completely forgot about it. They posted it on I think that was Monday. Yeah, that was Monday. They posted it on Monday evening, and it's like I just forgot about it completely, and I'm sorry. This could have been a lot of fun for both of us, kind of. Also, the Steam notifications are starting to go on my nerves. Steam, could you kindly just shut up? We kindly do not care about people constantly going online and offline. Let's not disturb is enough. I hope. But yeah, unfortunately I forgot. I'm sorry, Jordan. I just completely forgot about it. It's just I mean I haven't updated my own calendar for crying out loud. A bit. So yeah, that's my .NET coding. Yeah, we have not written a single line of .NET. How far are we into the stream? Over 1.5 hours. What is this new? Water's wet. Yes, we want to start this with administrator privileges. So we can actually do... Right, SimHubOBS. And now... Let's see if we first can reproduce the bug. Because if we can't, there's no point in me trying to fix it. Well, but as far as I remember correctly, if we set source settings is... yeah, to close the solution explorer while we going on to it. Yeah, this is this function. We get the possible values. Stuff them together and put them out this way. I think. I think I have a clue of what is the problem right now. Okay, now it allows me to create new. So we can't reproduce the problem right now. That's a bit of an issue. But when we go to... well, actually... yeah, we can create new on this because it is... because you can select the C name for the source. Right, okay. Can delete this. Okay, good. Now, if I go back to set source... it still allows it. What is causing this thing at times to just sometimes allowed and sometimes not allowed? Obviously, if we go from here, just... no, it's still figuring it out. Why is it... did it not work earlier? Why? Why did you not work earlier? What was it that like specifically caused this thing to just like be like nah, we're not doing this. Okay, obviously this works because it's set up like this, but like that's like set preview scene or something, scene name. I'm just gonna edit and then close it again. Why was it bugged earlier? Please tell me this right. I have half an idea, and that is if I disconnect SimHub, it probably would like not allow me to do this. Okay, it's still willing to allow me right now, which is mildly infuriating. But I think what we can definitely force it to cause this. Wait, where's my SimHub gone? So definitely want it still. Where I can force it is I can just tell it that. Yeah, it will throw an error. Thank you. We know. We politely kind of like just literally want this to happen, and this is fine. So it's on red. It is not connecting. So when we go into here and set this, oh, it's a set source name. Oh, it is come. Well, that A shouldn't tap. It should just lock up the entire program. But like, the obvious reason for this to become an entire lockup is because we do a lookup here and we don't actually check if any of this is alright. We do callbacks onto the plugin without even like going, wait a second, is that actually even possible? Or are we having here issues? I mean, here's get optional properties. Source equals null, then do nothing else. Let me just check. Who calls this again? Like seriously, how the hell did this happen earlier that we had this problem? Like now it's just not wanting to reproduce itself. Okay, so optional. So what controls if the thing is turned off or on? Is if the on function set, right? So when we change the selected function, it goes in there and just goes, hey, could is properties allowed? And it just goes, checks if the function returns null, then it's like, okay, this isn't allowed. But this is why I already in these functions go, okay, can we actually call this thing? Can we go get optional properties? Which is why it's gonna in that case. Well, or because what this does is like if it returns the list, so you have an easier way of like selecting what you want to have. But in this case, because we can't actually connect to these WebSocket, yeah, we can just, you know, you can just go and say, or plugin dot with WebSocket dot is not connected. Then we'll also go into here. And we will do this also for the if property equals source name, then we also retrieve ready nullness. And in this case we would have to just if this is not connected, then can I oh yeah, I can return a null in this case. I think it can handle that. Go play. So, in case, but this doesn't mean I need to edit this in a few of these. Right? It's like I see that about set source settings. Yeah, we need this code here over there as well. So now yeah, this doesn't demand any extra code, which is fine. This does, so we need to actually like okay, here we actually make sure the thing is connected, and in case it isn't, we exit. So here we actually make sure that that happens. However, there's quite a few that just we don't look up properly and just let them run themselves into walls. Oh yeah, right, because you usually assume you can just, you know, do stuff like that, but apparently you can't. Yeah, my body is really willing to just pass me out right now. Gotta at least get this thing offline ready, so it doesn't like just shoot itself on the foot repeatedly. Do we not check here that we can actually connect it? Apparently we don't. Oh wait, we do. What do we? I mean, this is called map and run, so. Huh. See item visibility. Definition. Oh yeah, this returns null here if nothing is found. So when we go back here and go, wait, what is if item is null? Like we don't even make sure that item is not null. Okay, if item equals null. Oh yeah, I forgot. You need to put things into parentheses. This is .NET. Then we also return. Perfect. I'm not sure if I would like fallen over right now. But yeah, get seed item has the potential to return a null value here. Repeatedly. So just willy-nilly retrieving numbers here is like just asking for multiple layers of trouble. And because we are unsure to that point, that's fine. We can just be fine. Sure that this is fine then. Lichten is null. Try pause. And then we try to connect here. And before that we do this check. And in case it goes true, we return and exit after programming it. So get current transition. That probably has very similar code. Just less passing. Because we don't have to pass an integer. Set current scene collection. Similar problem. We don't make sure that in this case scene collection is set up. Oh yeah, why do we for the possible values we return this function call. Can't guess what that is causing problems with, so we do need to revisit some of these here. Yeah. Transition helper is obviously running then. And as far as I can tell, transition helper doesn't quite care if it like returns things correctly. So an empty string array in this case. Oh wait, this is possible values. Possible values can be null. Possible values can be null, but optional properties cannot be null when you are actually working with these things. So transition. Yeah, this doesn't get any possible values. Set previous in. Yeah, this uses the set current scene function. With some minor tweaks, so this needs to be inserted. Set item scene item visibility. That will sit. This gets a scene item. It doesn't care about the other things, the functions there. Why am I so inepted? Okay, could I can't I just get a bit of progress here? Right, so. Okay, that's actually the thing. Set current scene, okay. This does again not make sure that the connection actually exists. Fine. And we need to do the same thing for possible values here. And then set profile. Similarly, if we're not connected, we will just exit again. This is such a fight at this point already. Just to stay awake. Somewhat in the fight. But okay, here we have a profile helper that needs to be helped out in essence. So get possible values is taken care of. Get scene collection. Get possible values is not taken care of. Now it is. This here is however taken care of down under. Set current thing, that's taken care of. Set current translation. No, we get no values for this interesting duration. Preview. You see, that's also text and that thing. Which is what I'm putting up with those guys. Set scene item visibility. Okay. So. God damn it, this is such a fight right now. And yeah, we can start up the program again and let's... Oh, there's build errors. But like, no, why are you complaining about build errors? Oh yeah, okay, fine. This mistake. You need to return null. There, and then just go and run it. Place. Please, if I can just work enough that I can just... I don't know. I mean, it would make sense for me to go in an hour. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm very EP right now. I'm really fighting. My body just wanting to turn me off right now. And I'm trying to find a bug that like... Oh yeah, we are disconnected. That's good. We haven't crashed the program yet, which is also good. Okay, but it does allow me to create new source settings, which was a thing that earlier just didn't work, and I don't know why. Like, I started the software up again before like running the compiler or anything, and it just... Like, I didn't even open Visual Studio when I reopened the program, and it worked again. And I still can't explain why it is. Why it just didn't work. Yeah, at least that way, so we can, I guess, connect again. And switch this on type. Come on, Lucas, you can do this. Okay, but at least we figured out that apparently this is some weird bug that just I cannot relocate again. I cannot figure out why it would just like deny you from editing source settings there. It's just weird and I can't explain it, just it did it and like in any case, how does this part again work? How do I do this again? The map and run here for Venian in particular. Set profile, we don't need that. Proficiency, no. Set currency, no. Set currency transition, no. Set this, no. Set scene item visibility. No, we need to set source settings. Right, how does this again work here? It does check here if it's connected. If it is, it will get the. Wait, that's a bit possible. I guess that's not the mapping run. Here's one more. Okay. Yeah. Oh, come on, buddy, please. Like another 40 minutes. Let's push another 40 minutes and then we go to bed. I think that sounds like a very solid plan. If my body does just allow me to hang on for a bit longer. All right. Okay. How do we? Yeah, we passed this data as a J object. We actually put the JSON object together here on this end already. So I feel like we should be able to. I mean, with how sleepy is, I definitely don't want to push the update through the door, but like, I feel like we can add the filter. Set source filter settings, get source filter. We should be able to do this. Hopefully. Right, we should probably terminate the program while we're at it. Also close this thing. So we can actually have no problems when we're doing our work here now. We need to add another add. Class. What the fuck? Set set source. I mean, the set source filter I need also to do, because we need to be able to. I need to be able to toggle source filter. So yeah, we're gonna do just one function for toggling them. Source filter state and this will be public class that implements custom action function, I think, is the thing that I implemented with all of them. Or can I actually use the a source item helper? Because that sounds like something I could use it for. Need to obviously rightfully this function here, man. Well, actually, this handles scene names. We don't really need the scene name because you can't change. I think you can't change filters on a scene by scene basis, can you? As far as I know, at least. I mean, we can just go to Venient filters, add a filter here briefly. What do I want to do here briefly? blends, color correction, sharpen. Oh, you probably don't even see that. Probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, let's just do color correction, because you have an actual chance of, like, you know, seeing something on my VNN. But it seems there's not too much. I don't know. This. Oh wait, I'm stupid. I'm doing filter on the VMC, not on the VNN. Filters. Add. Where is it? Color correction. Yes. Okay, good. And now we're gonna do dark me. Okay, and now let's jump over to the just gaming. And as you can see, the filter literally carries over. It just doesn't care that there's a filter. Alright. So, but we also have now a filter that we could work with as a sample. So, yep. So, set filter state. Set scene item visibility. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of the case where, like, we're very similar, but we just don't need scene name. It's an optional property, so it's like, can we just make a variant of this that, like, doesn't have scenes? Scene item, property source name, okay. This is a private boolean no scene. Get set, and then we do this on the setter. No scene. False per default, but we have obviously another constructor that would allow us to set this value. Boolean no scene. Okay, now and well, actually we can do no scene and return an empty array here. If source name get possible values, and no scene is not on. Okay, required property. Source name continues to be required property. Okay. And here's then get scene item. And returns the scene and the item ID. But we can obviously do a separate function, which is public string source. I'm not sure if I actually need the plugin manager in this case, but we're gonna just pass it in anyway, just for the sake of having it passed in. Okay, and then we go up here and go retrieve the source name, because it's the main thing we need. We don't need the scene, we just need the source at that point. Return source name. Good. Now, what this means is that we can go into set source settings, and instead of implementing from iCustom action function, we can go in here and then just swap this over to a scene item helper, and here we pass this into base with plugin and true. That is literally how much simpler it becomes. Don't need this here anymore. Get optional properties needs to be an override. Oh wait, ooh, that's really not good. I accidentally stole one of these things. Does not implement map and run, did we? What to implement map and run? It's down here. I guess we need to clarify the override keyword in this case. Else it's just gonna go no. We don't even need get required properties because it will just return source name at that point, which is what we want. Get possible values though. We can rely for source name on possible values. And this needs to be overridden. And then get optional properties, okay. Oh wait, that's already on override. I see already. Right, but this should simplify this code a bit. Now, we don't implement iCustoms action. We're just gonna go and implement a scene item helper, because we're gonna need a bunch of further functions with scene items. We're not needing to pass this in, but we do that one, then just go here and say true. Cancel? What was that? It just hit everything. like all the windows just disappeared off the sun. Oh, Windows. Oh, why do we? I've bought up a few times. Yep. Oh yeah, right. We need to actually define what state we're gonna set this to, which is something we also do here. Operating mode. Now, mode is defined here as enable, disable, toggle. This will be the same. Maybe I should have some like mode thing. But right now this is good enough. Mode. Then we have a mode. Let's. Can't spell it large either. Because it causes a bunch of headaches. How do you do that? How did I name it over here? Operating mode. Okay, that's operating mode. God, it's hard to just keep the freaking screen at focus with my eyes. They don't want to like do that right now. So that's that. Did I actually do this on the sets or settings here to get the scene item, I guess? Hey, we're gonna actually we need to implement the functions briefly. Implement abstract classics, that's the main thing we need. Which is implement map and run. Which is the only thing that's like required because I put the code for that. But we can just then go and do a source. Wait, it's not the scene name. This is the. I should really probably stop. Source name. Properties and plugin manager. Because something you need to make sure at this point that like I don't get myself twisted up is did you do it? Oh, come on. We can do this. Come on, keep the eyes open. Focus on the paper. On the screen. I'd work your way through this entire thing. So, effectively, that's as simple as the code gets. Just wake the frick up, finally, buddy. Wake up. Yeah, right. We can do this here instead with get source. For some reason it turned this into keys. It's a concept. There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't put it right there. This fixes that. Mode equals mode. That's the main thing we need to set here. The CNUM has to be respected, so we can just stuff this over here. What is this? We'll also need the filter in this case. Source isn't quite enough. We need actually the filter extra. So we need to override all the functions. Get required properties. For the most part, that's fine, but like we actually need to go in and say salt dot append the return of this. I have thing is it doesn't like me. Return results, don't. Okay, it doesn't like this. So we're just gonna go in and well, can we turn an array into a list? Oh yeah, there's a toList function. Well, that is freaking convenient at that point. So we can just go here and have, this is the result, append our filter to it. Add come on. Get filter. Oh yeah, this is in a large enough state that we can actually now add it over here. Well, we need to add all the variants again. New. Main. Mode dot aim. So and now I need to just do that 3 more times. Oh, this is not pain at all, not in the slightest. What are you talking about? So disable and then toggle. Let's do. Toggle down here. Okay. We're borrowing heavily from this, yeah. Come on. So, but here we would do these functions here, right? Also, we need to have an exit clause that if equals null, then we just go and say, okay, fine, it's time to call quit. Modes enable. dot set source filter enable source name. You set the filter name as well, but like they're making nail trade. Come on. How the hell did I put a oh yeah, right, we do need the break for the end of the instructions on the next rep, but like Jesus Christ, like it's so tiring. I'm so exhausted. I guarantee I'm not producing actually decent code. So we need to get the filter name as well. It's just like string. Get value from dictionary, okay. Filter name is this one we call here on the I should really stop. It's like it's such a struggle to just put a line on custom action. Okay, SimHubOBS custom actions, right? SimHubOBS custom actions dot get value from dictionary. Where we pass properties, plugin manager, and then we need the key, which the key in this case is filter. We should put this filter name. That's how I identify an upfront. Filter name, okay. So. And filter name is what we need to pass into here. Wait. This is source filter state. Which code did I modify here? Yeah, it is .NET. But I'm very tired at this point. And I'm struggling to just stay sort of awake. And it's just a mess as I'm trying to just I think I know what just happened here. I copy pasted something and like it broke stuff, and in the middle of it I passed out briefly. So that was that. False. Good. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We do the opposite of state, and then dot get source filter. Okay, that returns a list. The active and shown state of a source. Right, but like that doesn't contain what I want either. So filter list. Yeah, but like what this? What is the current state of this filter? Is it on or off? Oh, we may need to do that debugging to fill it out. Let's just get source active right now. So what does this return us? Gives us back an active. Video active, video showing. Yeah, that doesn't contain what we want. Afraid of bolding with C#. I only know C++ currently, and it's really hard. I remember it's, the good old days of learning Python. I don't know. It's like my main problem right now is me struggling to just stay awake. I should be honestly finished with some parts here if I would like literally fighting. You showing up actually helped me right now. Just to snap out of it. But it seems that it's not like you have an easy, because you can easily modify the source filter's visibility. Yeah, there's an easy way for setting that, but like you can't apparently get the. Maybe these settings. Oh yeah, that is like, I don't have Copilot, but like man, these things hallucinating things together is like just filter name. Okay, the thing is we get back is well, we actually get a filter setting object. Now we get a filter kind, filter index, filter enabled. Yes, there is a flag for this. Alright, it is hidden in there, so I just need to. It is enabled. Good, fine, we got this working. Is it 10 p.m. there? Yeah, it is. Well, it's nearly 11. That is my time. It's just I've been getting the last few days very tired very early on, or just in generally very sleepy, and then it's just like I go to bed and I wake up way too early, and it's just like I need to force myself to go later to bed and like hopefully force my body to just accept that 8 hours of sleep is sufficient and stop freaking trying to pass me out in the middle of the day. It is kind of really annoying. Right. The new problem is that I'm pretty sure that I've created a lot of messy code here right now. That I have to fix another day. Doesn't matter. These are just like small adjustments here. So let's just grab SimHub again and actually go for some demonstration runs. This works still. We want to set now the Why is source toggle filtered? Oh yeah, this list might sort itself in funny way. So wait a second. Why are you? Hold on a second. Why are you returning just filter name? What are you doing right now? We obviously have the source name in this thing, right? And then I add another item to it. Why are you failing to do this correctly? Are you drunk or something? Why is this like acting weird right now? Okay, fine, we're gonna debug it. It's like, why did you like just suddenly go, yes, we could. Obviously, this won't work right now because. Oh, wait, I haven't even set that part up. That's even better. Oh, yeah, it shouldn't actually have any options. That's even worse. This thing should straight up not have options. Oh, great, awesome. Thank you for covering up the entire code here. So, result contains source name, right? So when I add an item to it, it contains source name and filter name. Okay, it contains two things. So why the fuck is there only one? Why is, if we have two required, did you only show one? What went wrong here? Why is there some piece of code on the other end of the program that has decided that it doesn't like me and wants to get optional properties? And well, yeah, it's throwing errors for this, but like, we will literally go return null on this function. I'm gonna restart the program anyway, but like and yeah, we need to also get the override for the values so we can actually retrieve this, but like we can just sort of just wing it right now. I just want to see this work, and right now it's bugging out in a weird way that it really shouldn't, because we pretty sure, do we have scenes that like things that use multiple? We should. I'm pretty damn sure we should have some that like, what do we? Do we not have anything that requires multiple? Source and enable. I guess we just don't, and it like grabs the last one of them for some reason. Why are you? Look at the sharp line, you say EP. No, I am trying to stay away from the shark power because that means I'm looking at the bed and the bed will just immediately send me to sleep. There's not, I don't even have. Thank you for the email, we don't care. Could you just stay away, please? Where the hell did this break? Like, as far as I know, we don't have anything that requires two values, or do we? Right, we can just check. Set current profile requires only profile. Set current scene requires scene name. Set current scene collection requires this. Transition name. Transition duration. Preview scene. That just uses the current scene again. Go to this here. Well, this kind of requires... No, this doesn't require two. It assumes that it requires two, but like... It can operate on just one. It requires only source name, but it can do work with both. And filter state is now what I do right now. And then set source settings. But source settings actually requires two, doesn't it? Hold on a second. Isn't source setting? No, source settings also only requires one. It also only requires to know if the source. So none of them actually require two, except this one. This is the first one, which is why the UI breaks. Why I've noticed that the UI breaks on such an off case. Okay. Fine. I'm gonna debug while the UI doesn't load another case in, just in case then. I think it would probably, give me a second. We'll go over here, right? You can't generate additional ones, but if we go here to set source settings, create a new one and just name this like blah. And sure, this works fine. Actually, we can just select the scene and just here's a FPS and like set to 30 and like then go over to these here. No, okay, it loses even then the other one. That is interesting. Like, how does this do it that it loses all of these? That is interesting, right? Hey kids, where's my UI? Oh, there's the UI library. Or is it? Action editor model? Is it this here? Oh, why is this actually over here and there? Where's my rest actually of my entire user interface here? Funny question. Where's my entire user interface here? This is the settings. Ah, yeah, here's the action editor. So there is this piece. And then we have the model stored all the way over here, which is a bit weird. And this is here actually the code that specifically does this, where we... How does this break? Okay, we get a array. Let us step through this thing, right? We're gonna have to briefly invoke this thing, right? So, source filter enable. The problem is that it's now covering up half the screen. But here, okay, we are here at this point. Our V has returned source name and filter name, right? We are getting here. Actually, this will return that option won't be turned on, which is fine. We don't want option turned on. Just set option to false. Required has 2 items contained. This has our property rows has only 1 row. What happens here? Same name for the required, we just converse in numerical order. Oh, I think I have half an idea of what is happening here. I have half an idea what is happening. Right. So, let's just hit continue, right? So the window disappears and the bug happens. What effectively happens here is we have obviously our rows here, and what all the rows, which is 1. We have only 1 row, but we have 2 rows in required. So we go through here and just go, okay, so does this name match the name of this route, right? Okay, so it doesn't. Well, that's kind of sad, but like, okay, fine. What am I coding? SimHubOBS. Specifically, adding more functionality to the custom actions. I mean, I can demonstrate some of the things that I can do already. Which is I can go here, go with VNN, and so just say, actually, source toggle makes more sense. Edit this, and then I think it is. That's not this key. Which key was it in? Of these many was action should be mapped to. And you're like, think that something was supposed to work, but like it's just like, oh wait, this is mapped. I think modifying test URL here, not test. I mean, we can just map this to syst URL, but we can also just trigger it. Yeah, I can manipulate my OBS. I mean, part of the SimHubOBS is that you have also a bunch of like values you get out of it, and you can just monitor your OBS instance this way, which is relatively cool. The stuff in this sense. But you can also just trigger actions, or like you can also receive events from it. The thing is, someone asked me to be able to do modifications to filters and scenes in general. I can demonstrate like this thing can go quite wide. Like I can, for example, make here a window capture that goes to the explorer.exe. Right, it modifies the window capture to capture that thing. It's quite wild what this thing can do. I can modify the targets. I could modify a browser source to point to something else on the fly. That just works, right? But what we have to specifically deal with right now here, this is the user interface part for this editor here. And this function specifically triggers whenever I change this here. Whenever this value here is set. This function here triggers, which runs through and goes like, huh. Okay, so we added, we have required values that need to be set. Right, that this function needs, right? Okay, good. Also we have we need to check, does this function support optionals? Which just simply check with, does optionals return null? Okay, if it returns null, then we just then we don't have enable optionals, which means you can't create stuff. Which means this button here is grayed out when you go over to these functions. Yeah, they're grayed out. And you can't delete, obviously, functions that are required. So that's how that works. The same name for required, which is, and the issue is, we obviously will usually, if you don't switch between the different types right now, it won't find what you need. What is happening here is that if I switch, I can demonstrate what this functions here is intended to do. Is if I go like to profile, right? I want the property obviously in the front to update. The required property needs to be profile name, right? Needs to be named profile name. But I can also, there's some trickery going on so the value can get carried over. Just so this field stays here. I don't have to delete it and recreate it. It just gets renamed the property, which saves some time. And part of the where this thing comes in very handy is when you could do source settings and just go, okay, we wanna Well, VNN doesn't offer much. Let's go here, but like when you go here and just go this, and we go to something else that like supports doing these things, like yeah, this here. Well, this actually didn't cause much because it's still source name, but like you can carry these properties in between, even if they don't technically work with it. It's just you can carry them around, and it just modifies the one it needs to. But what has caused this effectively is like this part here will assign our required ones to, will effectively coerce the, well, effectively make sure that like if we have enough, if we have already a row that is named scene name, right? Actually we can have this with, we can actually demonstrate this here with source disable, because we can have then here a scene name, right? So we can select here a scene like I don't know, just gaming, and we switch over here to set current scene. Then it will delete the one property, because we can't have additional properties here with this. Actually it allows here deleting, but like it shouldn't, and it will immediately realize that it should not have allowed me to delete anything. Right, but what happens here is that effectively it decides like, hey, this is the correct one to use to coerce into the required one, even though the other one was previously required. This is what this code here does, or can do. Right, so this code up here doesn't cause any issues, technically. But usually this will correctly coerce things. It will remove the item from the required. So we only have the amount of required now remaining that weren't already present. Meaning if we have a source name already present, it's already covered here. Right, source name gets removed, and any additional rows will be set to not required, right? So here's now the problem. Is here the part. It's like we go for all the remaining requireds now, which is then filter name. And if rows count, and this will add a row if necessary. Now, guess what the slight problem here is with this code? I think how we can actually, we should be actually to get to force this thing to create to. Because if we go now from this to this, yes, it correctly generates 2. But if we go now from, it allows us to have 2. But like if we go from here, from source enabled, over to this one, it won't work. It will. Because what happens is that it will always go numerically through all of them that like existed before. I think the trick for this is instant count of 0. Yes, you're obviously complaining about this entire thing. Done count plus plus. Because we obviously want to remove it off the list, right? So, but we will then offset this thing by done count. This is cursed on a few levels, but like we're gonna just do this like this, and this is gonna be not fine but also fine. Because this will result in we need to go I minus done count. So what this does is that we've already dealt with one of them. We already found, for example, the scene name. This means we start with a value of 1, we are trying to get so as long as I is below 2, and we go I++, then we go here and retrieve value 1 minus 1, that's 0, which is the only item actually in the array. And then we go here and go check, is the rows count, which will be 1 in this case, minus 1. Okay, that's a bit buff heavy. Minus 1, which will be then 0, is smaller than I is smaller than I, which I at that time is 1. Which is then the case, so we add a row for this specific thing. And then we'll also coerce this row into being forcibly coercing it into the values that we want it to be. Right. So this is how the code is now. Can we upload it? Yes, we can actually. And then we can demonstrate this thing working. Ta-da! It works. I mean, the order has now been thrown overboard because we have source name underneath the filter name, but like, who cares at this point? We stopped caring a while ago. This just works now, and we can just move on, right? We have a filter on VNN, except we can't actually find the filter for VNN because I didn't implement that part of the code. What was the name of the filter? It's called color correction. Let's just type that in. Because I would need to make a new override, and that would restart the program. So, color correction, and then yeah, which key was it again that I had mapped this to? Because it would actually be helpful. Let's go. Oh, I'm free. But yeah, now we can toggle my color filter. Yeah, it's jagged, but like that's part of the appeal. We can do this. We can't manipulate what the color filter does right now. That's not part of the code yet. But we can at least manipulate the color. Well, we should have probably picked the key that isn't actually typed. Okay, so this fixes this problem. Right, we should exit the program, I think. So just close this out. So we can go into set filter state and then go and retrieve the overwrite, get possible values. Property equals source name. Then actually we could just go in else case here and just say, okay, you can handle the else cases. We just have this case here. Return, and we're gonna go here with our addition here, filter name. If filter name, well, yeah, in this case also if in dots I need the plugin manager. We need the OBS WebSocket dots is connected. If this is not the case, I guess that causes a bunch of headaches usually, then return null. Good. If and then we need to go plugin dot with WebSocket dot get source filter list. Okay. For actually, we need to also check if source is filter set, but we can just run. Actually, we can just run this function. And if this returns a null, then it's. Then we know also the plugin isn't online either, because that is handled in there as well. Rather useful. Get source name. So, but we need to actually turn this now into something we can use. Okay. Yeah. Filter settings. We need to now go. Sort equals a new list of string. Thank you. And then for. Oh, actually, no, we want a for each actually. Item in list. Thunderbird, would you can't just shut up at this point? Yes, just. I don't know. Is there an option to just mute you for a period of time so you just stop bothering me while I'm streaming right now? I know the easiest solution would probably to just close you, which is what I'm doing now. I'll just close the program and just go shut up and stop throwing notifications onto my screen. Yeah, we go over this list and we go item dot that actually contains the settings index name. There's the name here. That's the only thing we care about. Results dot add name. Okay, and then we can just return result.2. So, and this will allow us to see the list of filters we have on a certain item. Brilliant. Source filter toggle, and as you can see, color correction here. We can don't have any on here really. So always want me to add comments to every function. It's just stressing. It's like there are comments. I mean, sort of. Okay, the commenting is like here pretty bad right now. You should usually do docs comments on functions, usually. But if he really does it, it's like, yeah, sure. It's like, I should probably at least in the interface from which everyone inherits them all, have them. But like, as you can see, I didn't. They are definitely comments. When we look at the no, that's not mine. This is from the WebSockets. that is well documented because actually people use that API. It's not just I'm the only one who's gonna ever interact with this piece of code, and it's like it can't get any more depth than it already has, basically. Where is it? Yeah, the action item stuff. Like here you can see like there's a bunch of comments of just like explaining what the hell we are doing with everything. But yeah, I should probably write more comments in front of function names. But it's also like a lot of these functions just explain themselves with their name. It's like, oh yeah, not required is like a thing here. Like, why do we have it? Well, that's not explained, but like, there's reasons. We could also look into actually the UI that uses this entire thing. That's the wrong thing. I didn't want the X on me. Here the code for it. Yeah, there's some fun comments already. Oh yeah, there's a fun one. To do validate properties. It's just a to-do comment in here. Just waiting for me to do something here. He has a spelling mistake, it should. Just in case we're doing ads, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I should write more comments, let's be real. Yeah. So, do I go to bed? I mean, considering I want to only get 11 PM, or do I just try to send myself to help with writing the ability to edit the filter settings, because that's just gonna straight up send me to help. I know that. That's gonna just be this extra step. Just gotta tip the scales here. Also, I would like to just change this so like the order of these things is, because currently it's like enable, disable, and then toggle, and then like the filters come up and then toggle, because it does a sort on this. It just automatically sorts them alphabetically, and I'm just like, this is not good. But like, would it be semantically sufficient if I just say, okay, filter enable, filters enable, and like filter toggle? I mean, still having documentation with like a specific parameter does is oftentimes useful. Especially, as I said, like when you actually people use the API that is provided. Technically, people can implement my DLL and use a bunch of functions because I made them public. Like, a bunch of this stuff is actually a public class. Like the action editor model and like all of these things that they're technically public. You can just edit them if you want to. Okay, right, but this is, for example, internal. Should probably make this class internal because I think all the others are internal. Which would limit the ability to you to actually get from the outside in. Okay, set current profiles is public. I guess only one was internal. What? Okay, fine. It was just the last one, I guess. That was... Okay, so we're gonna not change... Gonna change you back to public and that should solve that. So we don't have like 3 different standards of how things look. Add oh, why do you not let me add some things? Okay, fine. I mean, we're running the program right now, that's why. In case, close things down. I feel like what we could do to get these things to like sort properly is that we can do source visible. I'll just sort state, which would sort these at the bottom below filters, but at least it would be consistent. Like all 3 are grouped together, and it's just like not like that one of them is left out. It just poor left out in the rain. Like no, they're all together at least. It's just like the main big thing. It's just everything is kept in one place, right? So now we can... Well, I could actually make this as a commit right now. There's a bunch of changes here right now already on it. Okay, let's just make this a commit. Because I bought a mechanical keyboard and it's the English version, and it doesn't have a... You mean this symbol here, right? Like one of these, because the second one is another keystroke. Well, I don't have an English keyboard. I have a German QWERTZ keyboard. Yes, that is my keyboard layout. I have QWERTZ. I can actually pull up the screen. Now, I think it's gonna be too complicated to figure out how to pull that up, but like, I can tell you that like, all settings here. What can I do? Show the keyboard layouts. Here, just demonstration purposes. Well, actually, I can demonstrate you also where how an English keyboard would look like, because it's like, because I have it in the pattern installed from running English, obviously, but like I force a German keyboard on everything. Use on-screen keyboard. Right, this is an on-screen keyboard. And this contains the German keyboard layout now. This is how it looks. Except that my escape is a row up, a row higher, next to the F keys. Function keys are all up there. So the layout for keyboard is usually that this is moved a bit further left, but whatever. But yeah, as you can see, we have here... Oh, there's actually a key missing, because between Shift and Y is actually the specific key you might be referring to, because this here, and this here are all the same key that is next to Shift for me, at least. But for some reason isn't on this keyboard, which is really bizarre, because most... Well, I mean, some layout choices here are weird, because... well, delete is technically over in this block. This one is down here because enter wraps effectively so around. These are correctly laid out. Obviously the hierarchies would be over here. Like, then this is correctly. This is correctly. The special characters are correctly assigned up here. Because this is a fun part. Like, I've set up quite a few Linux boxes, and they default, especially VMs, virtual machines, and when you just SSH into them or use the terminal emulator through Proxmox, you end up having your keyboard inputs converted into English keyboard, and it's like finding slashes on the English keyboard is just like, what? Like, you need a minus and it just converts your minus into like anything but what you actually need. Like, any of these special characters here is just a minefield. You either know it off the top of your head how to do them, or you just hope you don't mess it up, or you just try everything. Yeah, I have a hashtag key actually on my keyboard. I have a dedicated key for hashtag. It also shares with this here. I can shift to get this key in as well. I mean, I have this here. This is also on the same key, but I can also with Alt do this here. Yeah, I have a few functions. This here is for Alt on this key, this special OEM key, the triple S. It's Twitter keyboard. The funny thing is, I have my Bluetooth keyboard over here. Also has the same key. Actually, that layout is a lot closer to the one that was actually shown on the on-screen keyboard, because it has the hashtag key there, next to this one, right next to it. Yep. I mean, we're switching on. We have insert mode on. Here's the Brazilians. I mean, yeah, we also have like these here, which take like these this block of 3 up next to the P and L. We also have at top here, obviously, the triple S between the 0 and, well, these things here for the French. These keys here specifically, which is next to the backspace. So there's 2 keys here, which also, if you do input testing on, briefly launch SimHub again, because SimHub can actually like demonstrate something to you, because these keys have an international labeling, which SimHub can tell you specifically which it is. As you can see here already, I can try now the O, Ö, E, U, triple S, and then that is the French symbols. Hashtag is actually an OEM question mark. The plus is an OEM plus. These are now the minus, dots, and comma at the bottom of the row. Right. But the additional fun is, like, obviously things being they occasionally mix up what key the second mapping as well for these, so that's just fun. And we can also just for funsies, I guess, grab here briefly a And just go, and I guess look at this maybe. I don't know how, or if that's like just, if that's any correct actually. Yeah, I guess you guys have actually the quotation mark stuff over there. I want to see the image of like better sizing that's like not just tiny. WhatsApp. Obviously, food wasn't that's WhatsApp. This is a completely normal thing. But yeah, these symbols are actually here for you, which is for me down where the Z is. Well, actually not where the Z is. My shift key is shorter to accommodate it, because the Z is swapped with the Y on the German keyboard. Yeah, it's actually finding Walden. Maybe it's this key here? Let's check. I mean, this looks different. Yeah, this key moved here down a position. No, that's funny. This looks like the straight pipe. But here the keys have also moved back to where they are on my keyboard. Oh, it's just... The special characters are fucking confusing. I think is the conclusion we can draw. Okay. Chiqui's Brazilian. No, that's a Greek one. I don't know, did you just over-scroll something? Brother in Christ, this isn't like rocket science. How the hell did you... Hello, could we get actually the Brazilian keyboard? Now finally! After enough scrolling, we actually got to it. Funny that there's the Euro symbol as well on there. But yeah, there's no straight pipe. No, that's fun. With an S instead, like... Heiss. Will German speakers understand that I'm not a dumb kid who doesn't know how to spell? Kinda. I mean, we were trying to get rid of the latter, sort of. It's like... although, because it is known as the triple S, like, that is literally its title. It can only be spelled lowercase. There's no high uppercase spelling version of it. It's only spelled lowercase. And things like Spaß in the past was actually written with triple S and is now written with double S. So yeah, you would probably be better off if you wrote it with at least two S, because that would be more correct. Even though I think Heiss is one of the few words we actually kind of needed still. Where I think the spelling with just two S is technically not correct. We can actually check. Oh, we should probably go to Dune, because if you need something yeah, it's as you can see, sometimes the yeah, it is still spelled this way, and it doesn't seem to it figures out that that's what I want, but like it's seriously one of the few words that just like will force you on. Because for example, Österreichisch, fucking what? Since when is only for the Austrians? Spaß spelled as Spaß. Like why is it just for the Austrians? Now I'm more even confused. Wait, you have to stream first for you? Because I'm on the train, okay. Well, I don't know. I whenever you catch up at some point, I guess I hope you heard what I said about Triple S. I don't know. Guys, I'm gonna just spell it. Oh, you can now see whatever keys I hit because the keyboard reader just goes. How do you spell language again? Lang-U-A-G. I think it's spelled language. Okay, so I spelled this out just in case you needed the answer spelled out because the internet died on you. Right. Okay then. Shall we start with the implementation of the next part? Which oh yeah, right, I wanted to make a commit. That was the thing that I was about to do. I was interrupted with discussion about pipes. Okay. Fine then. Allow correct. So together. We need to also do another thing with spelling, and that is actually, I just realized I didn't actually fix the bug. So if I write something formal, I have to use S, and when writing something casual, I have to use it. I can use double S. It's like, no, this is not a question of formal or not formal. This is a question of what is correct. And that for some words that have historically used triple S, double S is now also a correct way of spelling them. There is literally two ways of spelling some words that exists now. This is just weird. Okay. Also, I've just realized that I've just like have caused a new bug. I haven't actually fixed the bug that I earlier fixed, really. Because, you know, what if the row that I changed wasn't actually, you know, the first row? At that point, we are like kind of like fucked, sort of. It's like if this is like if we change, for example, the second row, we need to then coerce the first row back into correct. Then we're gonna overwrite the row anyway, still, and then we end up with a first row that's like completely useless. It just doesn't work correctly. This is at least pain. This is Spain, but the S is silent. What can we do to get around this problem specifically to stop it from? I mean, we can resort the entire list to just have. Well, can we? I guess. Sort the list to move everything that has a required tag is required to the front of the list, which is how it should be, frankly. However, I don't think .NET is gonna make this quite as easily doable as I would like it to be, but like, you know, we're gonna just try. And returns the remaining elements. Okay, this is skip. Hash set. I think I also need to go to the toilet soon. I think this is gonna make it easy for us. We've gotta have to like figure out a way. Group by? Groups elements versus of a sequence according to a specific key selection function. Function key selector. I guess that could work. Oh, order by. Sorts the elements of a sequence in ascending order according to a key. Yes. Now I just need to implement this. And we're gonna need a this function, I think. Are you to lambda again, wasn't it? Oh god, that's tiny. What the hell happens here that this is an example? You dishonored your family and you it's out. So order by I where I dot to string. Okay, now that makes a lot more sense. So by I where I dot not required. Now these are booleans, which makes this a bit weird to sort, but like this is in ascending order according to a key. Now can this work? It might. The thing is, testing this entire thing is actually gonna be slick. Actually, we can just debug it and figure out if it does it correctly. Just throw a debugger at it and it's gonna like tell us if it's actually sorted the list correctly. Ahead of time. We know one way of like ensuring this thing to happen. Where it will sort the entire thing. Yeah, just opening this will obviously cause it. What do we have in here? We have one row that is not required, and then one row that is required. Yes, true. Second row is right now required, not the first one. It's a bit weird. So let's go over here, and then what is the order in which this is in? Well, that didn't sort actually correctly. Okay, let's try this actually out with descending order. That's a way to figure out that this didn't work right. Even though it is showing up correctly sorted in this view, it didn't resort correctly in the other view, so that's... Well, actually, it will always... Yeah, we want the not required one first and then the required one second. This was actually correct. However, I want to just see if this actually does anything. And if it's correctly sorted, it's not going to demonstrate this correctly. So, required false. Not required true. Okay. And now... it still didn't sort it. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. Like, I instructed you to... What are you doing then? Huh? Huh? Okay, we're gonna help you a bit further by turning a boolean into a string at this point. Also, it's not, I think complaining it's like... what? Continue, why do you need... because the expression has a different return value, I guess. And why is it not sorting this thing correctly? It just goes, oh, there's a boolean. It just doesn't, like, give a shit at all. That it's like... Wait. Does this return a... sorted value, or does it like sort this one? Oh, I think the problem is that we're, not doing this, except that it's like it doesn't like me right now for doing this. My brother in Christ, could you just do what we ask you politely to do at this point? Kill the program again. Because I think it doesn't actually sort the original one. Which is a problem that, like, .NET has, that, like, Rust solves. You always know if a function actually, does something, or it's like... Okay, so, with sorted, we can just use sorted in this case, and just use... Well, we need to still add something to rows then in the end, if we need to change it in rows. Okay, this gets complicated. Ah! because we both need to update sorted and update throws, but like, why does this just not sort the fucking... Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I will be right back. And I will think about something how to solve this bloody thing. Who thought of this? Like, that's just, this thing just doesn't, you know, solve itself. I okay. Does everything not work? So let's get back, because I have actually on my way over there I found like an actual solution for this problem. Right, we're gonna use sorted because we won't get around this. But this, which was already hacky, is gonna get like 5 times more hacky in a moment. You're ready how bad this will get in a moment. So it's just, because we're gonna instate an index. Well, I hope we don't have already a variable index. I just hope at this point. We set this to I, okay? Now, if we already exceed the number of rows that are contained, and then we don't have to like do anything fancy. We just know that like, okay, this is exceeded. We just add one to it. So we can check on rows in this case, but in the else case, all right, else. This means it is somewhere in. We're gonna retrieve a item from sorted at the index I. So the countries first. Variable names, just the biggest pain for a programmer ever. Gonna use this sorted index of I. Okay. What do you mean I can't retrieve a value? What do you mean I can't get the fucking value out of there? It's getting like really out of hand at this point. Like, Rust is more like willing to deal with the nonsense that is like in this point going on here. Can I do element add at least? Okay, that allows me, but like I can't just simply index into it. Fine, okay, we just use element add and we'll retrieve the element. We're gonna have a fun time at that point. So this allows us to get this element here, right? So, to modify the correct one and not cause this entire thing to get out of hand, we go to rows now. Rows dot can we get? No, that's just. This is an issue I had earlier with Rust. It is funny it's come up here again, where for some reason finding the index of some, well, we at least here have the index of. I just searched for the wrong function. So we get the index of, and we just go index equals this. And now all we need to do is just replace all the i's back here with index. And we're gone. That is in the entire trickery at this point, and frankly, I'm frightened by my own genius for this like stupid solution, but like, because effectively what we do, we go through the list of sorted. Due to us specifically doing it in a way that we sort the not required as the last ones on the list, meaning that we only have the ones that are not. So we skip already all of them that are required by just having them set by the done counter, because this function already sets everything that is assigned correctly already with required, and everything that isn't with not is set to not required. That is all dealt with. This fixes this problem, right? So we now go in here, and This is so messy. We have like fucking 3 different counters. It is nightmarish. This is just inviting off by ones like 15 times off. Like, this here is a hybrid of a counter. This has to be effectively reduced downwards to like get indexed into this list, and then get we had like 3 different lists interchangeably to push things into them, and it's just like, what the hell even is going on at that point? Good luck with your job assignments. But yeah. Plan you to focused fanboy coding noises, yes. Specifically focused fanboy rights documentation, because this is just such a... So... Okay, you'll finish off your assignment. I guess you leave then and just focus on that. And then I wanted to just also like... Probably a good idea for me to also wrap it up now, tonight. And not try like anything else at this point. To start, because it's like a good point to now stop. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to write something else that's gonna be another like dozen or so lines of code. I wasn't tired of coding. It's like, no, I'm not tired of coding. I was just sleepy earlier. It's kind of funny that I'm not anymore when I'm planning to go to bed now. This is slightly annoying at this point. So let's check if the reassigner over here does correctly sort things. Actually, that's a model. Where is it? Does now the sorted thing actually arrive correctly? Hold on. Where's my SimHub? There it is. Okay, we need to now I'll cancel this. We need the other one. The other function that's so we can check sorted. Jesus, what the hell is this thing? Like what is the okay, this is the results here. Okay, false, this is the first one and this is the second one. Okay. Yes, that's correct. All of rows contains I think the same order. It's a bit weird. Okay, let's just try this again on this thing. Yep, and this time around it actually sorted them the other way around. So this works. I just had to like double check. Could have also just inverted the input there. I would have also done the trick here. Well, this is good enough, I suppose, for doing this. I don't think we really have any code right now that can actually trigger the problem that I'm specifically looking at. We can obviously go to set to set source state filter. The filter adds the other filter into there. Okay, we want then convenient color correction. Okay, save. Which one did I actually save now? Not this one. And this one. So in this case, it has actually the filters the correct way around sorted now finally for us. Life is. What did you say now? Life is unfair. You wanted to type unfair, I guess? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, for the me falling. Yeah. I don't know why I'm like so unpredictably sleepy. Right. Okay then. We did testing of this thing. We can toggle filters, which is already great, which technically would allow me to write something new fancy for when racing. But yeah, we could finally write fix bug with coercing. Functions. Okay, we fixed that problem. What else is that we actually did here? Hopefully. Hopefully addressed all of those. And we did some internal changes too. Okay, commit all repositories. Just got in my PC and I'm not used to type on this new keyboard. I see. Yeah, you did say you got an American keyboard. Yeah, that's gonna be somewhat of a learning curve to just learn the layout, but also like get used to how to type on it, I guess. I mean, I'm not the biggest like guy on keyboards, I guess. I don't really need to keep it on this one. Three branches. Okay, let's just push all of this upstream. Good. Yeah, this obviously added only one commit. We only really toggling for source filters. Oh yeah, right. I haven't actually committed some of the changes over here to this repo beforehand. Some of these commits are like quite a bit old at this point. Yeah, these dates are like to 5th of August back. That's still, they're like quite old at this point. And they probably shouldn't be used, honestly. Right. Because then I need to rebase this and just change stuff. Right, I think there's a good point in time now to just call it a night, I suppose. We've got everything in here. Yeah, we still need to implement the filters, but like I'm not gonna do that in the next few hours, and this is just like gonna destroy my sleep schedule again. And I'm just like, no, we're gonna just end it, resume it another day. So this is a good time to end it. We need to end before this gets again completely and utterly out of hand. Didn't I clear all the pings like a few minutes earlier? It's just so many coming in. There's just like a constant like entourage of these things. Okay. Yeah, I think there is now. I think they're all. Good. I think it's just time now to call it a night. Oh well. It was nice, I guess. We still ended up going for nearly 4 hours. It's just, it never will just get down to a low number. Although frankly, I didn't help myself with how tired at parts I was. Man, I'm not gonna be surprised if some of this code just like explodes in my face in another day. But yeah, tomorrow is gonna be what? Toga Motorsports round 3 at Watkins Glen. I haven't done any practice, and the fun part is I come back from my lecture ends at 7 p.m. So I'm home at about 8 p.m. More like, sort of, not quite, but like it's close. So honestly, you kind of just end up like at 8 p.m. and the race server goes live at like 8:45 p.m. And the even better part is I have the sign up for a group sign up is at 9 p.m. So just as we get like into qualifying, I have to like be like all tabbed in my web browser, ready with the F5 key in hand to refresh right on the same frame as the timer ticks over to 9 p.m. to sign up for a group, because this shit is like tight. You don't, if you fuck around, you gotta find out with these things, right? But yeah, that's that. I have to deal with that. That's gonna be fine. I think I can do that. The main issue is like I don't have many lectures tomorrow, so I can like set up the entire stream already. Hopefully I have the thumbnail and everything ready, and I can just like, I can come home, finish dinner, and just jump into the rig and like be ready, and then have also like a tab ready with my sign up, and when it's like time, I can just like wait for it and then just get signed up, get in there, and then get out again and get into the race again. But yeah, that should be fine. Okay then. Good night. Bye bye. Oh, that's. I'm trying to do some weaving and it just goes out of control. I guess this may work because my phone tracks at about 7 frames per second because my phone dies basically. And Finian does a lot of smoothing to make this work. So there's that. And as you can see, it kind of works. That's kind of fun. Bye.